distinguished delegates, very good morning to everyone, and welcome to the second day of the 8th session of the Committee on Statistics. For participants who are joining the session on Kudo, you'll be able to turn on your microphone and camera only when your request to speak has been submitted and accepted through the platform. We kindly request your support in tailoring your interventions to issues for discussion or action only, and to keep your interventions to no more than 3 minutes. Thank you for your attention to these matters, and over to our chair for this morning's session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary. Distinguished delegates, we have had a productive discussion yesterday. Thank you for your excellent participation. I hope you also managed to join the side event this morning on the role of regional statistics strategies in strengthening people-centered development, organized by colleagues from Pacific Community. We shall now proceed with agenda item 5 on emerging issues. There are 2 items under this agenda which will be taken together. First, we have agenda item 5A, measuring progress beyond gross domestic product. I note that the Secretariat has circulated the document from gross domestic product to well-being and sustainability, ESCAP/CST/2022/5. We will also discuss agenda item 5B, data governance in a changing world. I also note that the Secretariat has circulated the document Data Governance in a Changing World, ESCAP/CST/2022/6. Distinguished delegates, the Bureau of the Committee identified data governance, non-traditional data sources, including big data and inclusive policy making, and its impact on national statistical systems, including data literacy, as emerging priority issues from the region. These issues were discussed at 2 expert dialogues, which took place on Monday, 22nd August, which may I now invite the Bureau member of the 7th Committee on Statistics, Mr. Muhammad Uzair Mahidin, Chief Statistician, Malaysia, Department of Statistics, to introduce the committee to this agenda item and to share some of the key messages from the earlier expert dialogues. Mr. Uzair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to present agenda item 5 on emerging issues, where we will be looking at the opportunities for regional action to strengthen data governance, including the increased production and use of complementary progress measures beyond GDP. Member states and international organizations were invited to take part in 2 expert dialogues earlier this week on this emerging issue. The expert dialogues use an informal world cafe setting to allow participants to explore a range of data governance and related issues by discussing them in small table group. And I personally really like it, the session. In the first expert dialogue provided an opportunity for countries to share their experience on a range of specific data governance issues. Bureau members from the 7th Committee on Statistics, led by a series of interactive discussions on key issues which included the role of champions and leaders, definition and regulation, data sharing and data privacy, data trust, capacity and coordination, equity and inclusion, and data literacy. Although we use the term data governance, the expert dialogue highlighted that there is no shared understanding of this term or of the term data stewardship. The need to create a synergy between data privacy and data use was discussed as a key part of the work on data sharing. Data sharing is an important topic which all national statistical offices are looking at, but we saw the even where coordination mechanism exists on their own, these are not enough. We heard about how different countries are addressing this. For example, through the use of data champions or through work to develop a data passion and a data culture, and through building strong personal relationships across the national statistical system. These are often part of broader work to develop data literacy skills through government and wider society. We heard some great stories and ideas of what was working well. This included a statistic month in the Philippines and a statistic day in India, which helped to build data literacy across society. In the first expert dialogue, we discussed how data governance is highly contextual and the role of the National Statistical Office need to take into account the broader national data ecosystem, the existing institution and the existing regulation which extend beyond the national statistical system. There were discussions on how we need to continue to adapt our data governance framework to ensure we can deal with new data sources and new methodologies. An essential part of the data governance is engaging with users, and we heard how different countries are doing this through regular users engagement meetings as well as through the publication of metadata to support the data which help users to build their trust in the data. Having shared our country experiences, we moved to the second expert dialogues where we learn more about various global data governance initiatives, and we discuss how to link our experiences on data governance issues with this initiative. The World Bank presented some key insights from the World Development Report 2021, Data for Better Life, which focus on how data can be better advance development objective and what kind of data governance arrangement are needed to support the generation and use of the data in a safe, ethical, and secure way while also delivering value equitably. Countries share examples where participatory processes are being used in our region to engage communities in producing and using the statistic. We also discuss our experience on developing broader measure of progress beyond GDP, which noting that many countries still need to do further work to strengthen the measurement of GDP itself. We heard about the work of Paris 21 on developing climate change data ecosystem, and we share our ideas on this. We heard about the UN Statistics Commission Working Group on data stewardship and the network of economic statisticians and how we can engage with this work. We also discussed the specific role UN ESCAP could play in helping to take work forward on developing broader measures of progress and on data governance. There were a lot of ideas on how we can work together on these issues, and countries, we all keen to continue the discussions and to deepen our knowledge sharing on these areas. We suggest UNESCAP continue to provide opportunities for knowledge sharing, including more expert dialogues, such as the one held this week. We also suggest that UNESCAP provide guidance and gather case studies on issues such as inclusive data governance system, which can be shared to help us all. Based on the document presented under this agenda item and on the outcome of the expert dialogue, I suggest the committee decide to future data governance as well as the production and the use of complementary measure of progress beyond GDP in its future work. Distinguished delegate, this concludes my introduction, and thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ozir, for sharing these key messages from the expert dialogues held on Monday. The Secretariat has prepared a video from a side event at the 78th ESCAP Commission titled From GDP to Wellbeing and Sustainability, Means and Measures, where different countries shared the work they are doing in this area. May I ask the Secretariat to play the video, please?
I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to host this side event along with ESCAP. From GDP to Wellbeing and Sustainability, Means and Measures. How we measure success is a key consideration for all our governments as we look to progress a common agenda to advance sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific.
And has been using up until the current 12 plant. There are 5 key components and also 25 indicators. We have revised the index from time to time, and recently we use about 5 key components. Human Achievement Index, or HAI. NESCC launched this index in 2015, and we release every 2 years. However, recently in 2020, we revised a bit of list of indicators and plan to start to release every year.
We were actually developing a quality of life index for the Philippines. So it is really based on the ambition. So as you can see there on the bottom left of your screen, those are the 3 dimensions of the ambition: having strongly rooted family and community ties. The second one is on a comfortable lifestyle, which includes education, knowledge, material living conditions, and even recreation, sports, vacation, and then the secure life.
On the left, indicators ATR is a series of indicators, 109 that were chosen from talking to the general public and experts in government and academia around what are the things that really make up New Zealand's wellbeing. So these factors are used along with other indicators on a range of policy and other things. So we've got child wellbeing and environmental reporting, and the main one here of interest, of course, today is the living standards framework. So the indicators that we have feed into this, and then that in turn feeds into strategic policy making and government decision making.
The good, the bad, and the ugly, all things increases GDP. GNH in Bhutan is the holistic approach to development that seeks to create the right condition for people to maximize happiness. Happiness is not a new value in Bhutanese society. In fact, the founder of Bhutanese state, the Jabdung Ngawan Namgyel, said if government cannot create happiness for its people, then there is no purpose for the government to exist. This was said way back in the mid-17th century. Since then, the principle of happiness became the bedrock for all the laws in which the pursuit of happiness is not only for the human beings, but for all sentient beings is made an end of the development. GNH, the gross national happiness in its current form, was born in 1979 when our former king, the 4th king of Bhutan, His Majesty Jigme Singye Wangchu, said gross national happiness is more important than gross national product.
Thank you to the Secretariat for preparing this interesting video and to the countries for sharing their experiences. As per the annotated agenda for agenda item 5, delegations are now invited to make statements on agenda item 5A. May I now invite the first speaker, the distinguished delegate from Nepal, to make your statement. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Historically, the data collection practice of Nepal was almost unilateral and supply-driven, and there was hardly any mention of demand from different users. As we know that the current society demands more disaggregated data for the evidence-based decision-making, monitoring and evaluation process, as well as well-being of the people. Demand for this data increases because of increasing level of statistical awareness among people and increasing concern to their societies. This situation ultimately pressurizes the statistical agencies to boost up their efficiency in statistical activities. On top of this, the government of Nepal has endorsed the NSDS, aiming to strengthen the NSS in 2019. A new bill, the Statistics Act, replacing the previous Act 1959, almost 65 years old, has been just approved by the Parliament, keeping in view the new governance system, including some features of the Beyond GDP. Following the adoption of federalism and internalization of SDGs into the National Development Agenda, the demand for local level statistics, particularly the income disaggregated accounts, has become more intense than before in Nepal. This has exerted pressure on the national statistical system to generate a large volume of diversified data disaggregated by age, sex, caste, ethnicity, disability, income, socio-economic group, environment, and location. These may be the parameters, dimensions of the beyond GDP dimensions at the lowest level, at least at the municipality level. That's why we want to move beyond GDP measure, but in the meantime want to continue producing regional and local level GDPs in Nepal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Nepal. Our second speaker is our distinguished guest from China, which will be followed by our distinguished guest from Singapore. China, you have the floor for your statement.
谢谢主席。第一，我们赞赏委员会关于在推进衡量 GDP 之外的进步情况方面所开展的工作，赞成将其作为亚太区域政府统计新的优先议题，赞成积极分享国家统计机构的统计经验，并形成全球指引的建议。期待通过共同研究探索，尽快推出区域或全球通用的关于福祉和可持续性的测度标准。第二，中国政府统计机构积极探索衡量 GDP 之外的进步情况的统计方法。在可持续性衡量方面，2021年制定了关于建立和健全生态产品价值实现机制的意见。相关部门合力推进建立生态产品价值评价机制。2022年，中国国家统计局制定实施生态产品总值核算规范，积极探索开展生态产品价值核算。另一方面，高度关注民生福祉，积极探索开展共同富裕统计监测，在浙江、广东等地先行试点。研究设计指标体系，为客观准确评估共同富裕建设进展情况提供统计支撑。谢谢。
Thank you, distinguished delegate from China, for your statement. May I now invite the third speaker, the distinguished delegate from Singapore, for your statement. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In support of UN's 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and Paris Agreement, Singapore has a Singapore Green Plan 2030, which is a national sustainability movement to tackle climate change. The Singapore Department of Statistics is exploring the development of the environmental satellite accounts based on the System of Environmental Economic Accounting, SEEA framework, to compile measurements on sustainability. Singapore looks forward to learning from the experiences of member countries who have implemented the SEEA. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Singapore, for your statement. May I now invite the fourth distinguished delegate from Malaysia for your statement. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Me again. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia welcome and supported measuring progress beyond GDP, which cover environmental, sustainability, and social aspect, or well-being, that have not been accounted for by the GDP measure. Therefore, effort toward innovation in statistics has continuously been done through the department effort, namely System Environment Economic Accounting, SEA, Crime Index for Safety, Wellbeing Index for Wellbeing, beside the Sustainable Development Goal Index. And recently, Malaysia already published for very first time on the Malaysia Happiness Index. Malaysia also acknowledged the importance of measuring progress and further strengthening of the National Statistics Office for future statistics through technical exchange, strategic communication, and dialogue, especially in the ASEAN region. Malaysia also noted effort to develop better measures have been underway, especially in OECD countries, in the Latin America region, New Zealand, Australia, China, and other countries. Malaysia believes there is a need for consensus on better indicators to set policy, inform decision, and measure progress. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished guest from Malaysia. May I now invite the distinguished delegate from Republic of Korea. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Republic of Korea acknowledges the need of cross-sectional progress measures beyond GDP. Doing so requires the National Statistical Office to keep developing and new necessary statistics, including well-being indicators that can be continuous monitoring. Since 2014, Statistics Korea has been providing National Quality of Life Index, aiming to measure the progress of well-being in Korea. This includes both objective and subjective indicators, which are approved national statistics in relevant areas. Currently, we are preparing for the disaggregation of these indicators by population groups and subnational regions, whereby we aim to increase their relevance to the policies. The exchange of good practices and experience within the region will provide useful benchmarks for progress measures and allow us for a more systematic approaches. To this end, the best practice should be able to cover not only compilation process and results, but also their practical application for the policy users. Statistics Korea will be actively sharing our experience to this region on national quality of life indicator as needed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Republic of Korea, for your statement. May I now invite the distinguished delegate from Indonesia, and this is to be followed by our distinguished delegate from Pakistan for your statement. Distinguished guest from Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam. BP Statistics Indonesia welcome the Bureau of the Committee on Statistics work that has identified measuring progress beyond GDP as an emerging priority issue for the region. Several of the beyond GDP measures have been conducted and done by BPS, such as Environmental Economic Accounting, Inclusive Growth Index, Human Development Index, Sustainable Development Goal Dashboard, participating in several international forums such as Paris 21, conducting pilot study on ocean accounting in collaboration with other stakeholders, policymakers, and users, and involved in several UNSD task team or working group on sustainability and well-being in relation to the revision or updating of SNI 2008. We also have planned to compile the new data gap initiative under the G20 group in supporting climate change and household distributional income statistic to better measure the sustainability and well-being. Indonesia welcome and encourage the Bureau plan to facilitate sharing experiences, to learn lessons and shape regional and global guidance on beyond GDP measure, given that there are challenges and constraints in capturing comprehensive understanding of measuring well-being and sustainability, and noting that the differences on statistical infrastructure and national priority among countries or members in ESCAP. Indonesia also consider anticipating the difference in priority and statistical infrastructure, suggests that the Bureau to list the specific need from each country and make plan on regional collaboration, in which some countries share their experience in these issues to other countries in need. Indonesia also take note that there are differences between international methodology standard and country practices in relation to sharing knowledge. We all know that the international standard for sustainability and well-being is still on progress by the UN Committee on SNA Revision, which plan to include this topic among others relevant topic. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Indonesia. May I now invite the speaker, the distinguished delegate from Pakistan, which is to be followed by our distinguished delegate from Thailand, to make a statement. Distinguished delegate from Pakistan, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, delegates. The concept of measuring progress beyond GDP is a new vision for regional countries. The Bureau of the committee deserves appreciation to find out the emerging concept from GDP to well-being and sustainability. The document prepared to discuss the role of NSS for broader measures as compared with only GDP is appreciated. The GDP has basis in the system national accounts, SNA for tracking economic growth, but leaves many things unattended like sustainability and well-being. High GDP growth does not mean that everyone is equally benefited from that growth. Those who are not benefited must be identified to benefit them through special policy formulation for the purpose. The next revision of SNA 2025 may include more than the simple calculation of GDP for the countries. Beyond GDP, the revised SNA 2025 will cover the well-being and sustainability, distribution of household income, consumption, saving, wealth, education, human capital, labor and productivity, health and social conditions, unpaid household activities which are very important, and environmental, economic, accounting, etc. It is proposed that various working groups may be constituted to work on the various parts of the concept measuring well-being beyond the GDP. It will also help to cover more SDG indicators in the member countries. Pakistan latest NSDS 2021-30 highlighted the work on the various aspects for strengthening national system to achieve the 2030 agenda. Pakistan Bureau of Statistics has started working on rebasing of national accounts from 2015-16 to 2022-23. This is the best time for Pakistan to include new areas in the national accounts and to work on the new concepts related to the national accounts. Therefore, working our expert groups on these new concepts may be constituted to involve the interested countries like Pakistan. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Pakistan, for your statement. May I now invite the distinguished delegate from Thailand. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Based on Thailand's strength in robust agricultural activities, rich natural resources, and diversity in terms of both biological resources and physical geography. Biocircular Green Economic Model, or BCG, has been promoted by the Thai government as a new economic model for inclusive and sustainable growth. The BCG model capitalized the country's strengths in biological diversity and cultural richness and employed technology and innovation to transform Thailand to be a value-based and innovation-driven economy. The model also conforms with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, or SDG, and is also intended to align with the sufficiency economy philosophy, which is also the key principle of Thailand's social and economic development plan. The model is applied to focus on promoting 4 industries, namely 1. Agriculture and food, 2. Medical and wellness, 3. Bioeconomy, biomaterial, and biochemical, and the last one 4. Tourism and creative economy. Measuring these issues is a comprehensive way is a key beyond GDP for designing and assessing policy. The specific and relevant data are vital and challenges in Thailand. Index and small dashboards are very useful when we need to access complex issues like environmental pressures on our environment, resource use, and biodiversity, including the impact of BCG related to SDGs. We appreciate the UN ESCAP ongoing support and cooperation to arrangement and mechanism to sustain NSO to meet the growing demand for progress measured beyond GDP, such as clarification of the measurement scope, harmonization of definition and classification, improvement of data availability and fitness, including the use of the System of Environment Economic Account, or SEEA. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Thailand, for your statement. Would any other delegations like to raise any other matters on this data governance in a changing world? I am pleased to open the floor for your Japan, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In Japan, the Digital Agency is working to maintain interoperability between statistical data and various other data by providing a technical framework called the Government Interoperability Framework, GIF, which actively references statistical data structures and data codes in order to realize smoother data utilization and linkage.
Sri Lanka, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Distinguished delegates and distinguished colleagues, good morning, all of you. Department of Census and Statistics, DCS, Sri Lanka, with the view of ensuring the accuracy of and timeliness of data, intend to direct its strategy towards entering digital platform within which national and subnational data will be provided in various spheres of statistics. As the initial step of entering digital platform, a geospatial database comprising all administrative boundaries was successfully developed and shared with all other government agencies of Sri Lanka. DCS adopted new ICT solution by using computer-assisted personal interviewing, CAPI, using tablets, computers, as well as e-census in the forthcoming Census of Population and Housing. A comprehensive system is planned to establish comprising real-time data related to food security, which will be facilitating to identify food unsecured household and to make remedial measures to ensure the food security of entire population of Sri Lanka. Several approaches have been taken to create the statistical business registry and to have a regular updated registry system. Limited agreements have been made with several government agencies. This is challenging. With the intention of establishing a sound system of timely data, DCS has taken a step to strengthen its power vested by the Census Ordinance and Statistical Ordinance. Integration of statistical systems that are managed by different institutions is a challenging task due to institutional, legislative, and technological concerns, including infrastructure in digital settings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Sri Lanka. Our next speakers are the delegates from China and Bhutan. I would now like to invite our speaker from China. You have the floor.
Thank you, 随着数字和网络技术蓬勃发展，全球数据爆发增长，海量聚集，推动创新发展，重塑人们的生活。同时，数据安全风险愈发突出，数据治理成为各方共同关心的议题。中国政府严格践行数据安全保护有关原则，并建设性参与联合国、20国集团、金砖国家、东盟地区论坛等多边平台的数据安全讨论。2020年，联合国大数据全球平台中国区域中心在杭州成立。2023年，中国将承办第4届联合国世界数据论坛，欢迎各方积极参加，共同探讨推进区域和全球数据治理。2020年，中方提出全球数据安全倡议，旨在推动维护数据安全，促进数字发展合作，为制定相关全球规则提供蓝本，在应对数据安全挑战问题上，走出一条共治之路。倡议已得到国际社会积极响应，欢迎各方积极参与落实。当前，区域各方急需就数据治理问题加强沟通和协作，本着秉持多边主义、兼顾安全发展、坚守公平正义的原则，共同应对新兴问题和挑战，增强数据安全问题上的互信，推进区域数据治理合作。谢谢。
Thank you, distinguished delegate from China, for your statement. And I'll invite the distinguished delegate from Bhutan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the privilege and honor to offer my greetings to all the distinguished delegates and participants in this August forum. It is with immense joy and pride that I'm getting this opportunity to speak a few words on data governance in a changing world. Data governance can connote different things to different statistical systems and countries based on their state of statistical development and sophistication. For a small country like Bhutan, it means putting in place a statistical system which is able to cater to the data needs of the populace and be able to reflect what the reality on the ground is. To enable fulfilling the above, the National Statistics Bureau of Bhutan, as the apex body with regard to statistical matters in Bhutan, is embarking on putting emphasis on administrative data and its quality thereof being produced by different agencies for official statistics. The target here is to rely less and less on surveys which are inherently taxing in terms of financial and human resources. As all the distinguished delegates are aware, quality of administrative data has various dimensions, with the important ones being institutional arrangements, quality of input data, quality of data processing, and quality of statistical output. In conjunction with the administrative data and its quality, the National Statistics Bureau of Bhutan is also enhancing the database management by putting in place what we call Bhutan Statistical Database System, wherein a database system is developed which enables some administrative data producers to directly key in the microdata to the system with data flow and quality checks embedded within the system. The system is designed to enable both the National Statistics Bureau as well as the agency headquarters to access the data. The system is also able to integrate and is interoperable. This is enabled with the other agencies collecting the data, sharing their APIs with the National Statistics Bureau to enable data transfers to the Bhutan Statistical Database System from their information management systems. The National Statistics Bureau is also aware of the statistical systems in some countries adopting big data, taking advantage of technological advancements. We did conduct some preliminary studies on using data generated by mobile phone users, electricity users, and sales counters. We hope to take these forward in a measured manner, keeping in view of statistical standards as well as privacy issues. Thank you all, and Tashdele.
Thank you, distinguished guest delegate from Bhutan, for your statement. Our upcoming speakers, our distinguished delegates from Vietnam and Singapore. I now invite the speaker from Vietnam. You now have the floor.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, thank you for giving us opportunity to update our progress related to data governance. Data governance is a new term for GSO and line ministry in our country. So far, we do not have clear and common guidance on data governance. However, each ministry agency have their own way to implement that meet their criteria. Since May 2020, GSO has reorganized its organization structure that a department is newly formed with responsibility of collecting data from various sources of data, managing, harmonizing, disseminating, and making use of official statistics. This job is related to formulating data governance framework and guidance for implementation. Our framework consists of 4 components: organization, standard and guidelines, process, IT infrastructure, and tool. There are 3 layers of our data governance organization structure: top management, center management, and local management, in which center management comprised of 2 groups, statistical staff and ICT staff. Regarding to standard and guidelines, CSO has built an enterprise architecture in 2011. However, it has not been upgraded, even though standard and guideline has been changed since then. Regarding to process, data collection mode and data management has been changed in 2018. We now use CAPI and web form instead of PAPI for survey and censuses. We applied self-administration instead of interviewing in some survey. And we are studying to investigate data from other sources like administrative data and big data. Regarding to IT infrastructure and tool, we are continuing upgrade IT infrastructure that we use virtual servers with cloud techniques instead of physical servers. We also updating data unit into data center. To take data governance into account, we are forming several related governmental projects in which GSO take the role of pooling data from various sources, ministry, local offices, and to private organizations, processing and disseminating data, in which 3 projects are under implementation. We are now facing some shortcomings that would like to have cooperation with country and organizations that are developing standard and guidelines for commonly use in entire system. Processing and exploring data from administrative data and big data for statistic purposes, and to disseminating and sharing data, including microdata. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Vietnam, for your statement. I now invite the distinguished delegate from Singapore. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Singapore notes the importance of data governance and stewardship and places great emphasis on data security, protection, and privacy. In Singapore, the Smart Nation and Digital Government Office sets out the government's data governance and security framework. To ensure oversight on data for statistical use, the Singapore Department of Statistics has a data administration group and an ICT and digitalization steering committee for setting data governance, system security, and related policies on data. These committees are chaired by the chief statistician and comprise senior management who are the data owners for the data under their purview. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Singapore. I would like to invite the distinguished delegate from Malaysia. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Malaysia greatly appreciates and welcomes the effort made by the ESCAP Secretariat in organizing the first expert dialogue session on the data governance at the Asia-Pacific level, in identifying and discussing the challenges encountered by member countries with regard to data governance and data stewardship. Malaysia acknowledges that there is no standard definition and guidance for data governance or data stewardship to be used either at the regional or global level. Therefore, Malaysia supports the global initiative in their effort to develop a glossary of data governance terms that would help to facilitate a better understanding of different data governance models and how they are used. To assist with it, regional collaboration is needed to come up with a regional concept and definition based on the country practice and experience. Malaysia strongly believes that good data governance practice are essential to delivering high-quality data that is consistent and easily accessible. Thus, Malaysia National Statistical System (NSS) is continuously being improved and strengthened to meet the growing demand for statistics. The National Statistics and Data Council, (SDN), has been formed and is the highest advisory body with regard to national data and analysis in the country that will provide guidelines to strengthen the management of the national statistical system of Malaysia. The Council, among others, decided to appoint a Chief Data Officer, CDO, at every ministry or departmental level, both in state and federal agency in stages beginning in 2022. Moving forward, the Statistics and Data Council at the state and district level will also be established to support the National Statistics and Data Council agenda at the federal level. Recently, Malaysia government has supported the establishment of the National Big Data Analytics Center, (NBDAC), which will be led by Department of Statistics Malaysia. NBDAC is a new milestone for Malaysia National Statistical System and will spur the nation capacity building on big data and data science. Department of Statistics Malaysia has taken initiative towards strengthening granular statistics and the use of the administrative data to empower governance and the statistical services at subnational level, that is at district and sub-district and local authorities. The Department of Statistics Malaysia has comprehensive coordination with agencies to complement the production of statistics. A total of 122 agencies have shared their data with Department of Statistics in various mediums. Apart from that, the department also has been working in close collaboration with both government and non-government agencies through 38 memorandum of understanding. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Malaysia, for your statement. Our upcoming speakers are our distinguished delegates from the Republic of Korea and Indonesia. And I invite the distinguished delegate from the Republic of Korea. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Republic of Korea supports the review of ESCAP's report concerning the incorporation of data governance into regional actions for statistics and the development of common principles and approaches in this region. We acknowledge that regional actors should facilitate a balance between specificity and universality by encouraging countries to exchange their experience and learn from each other. As data governance and stewardship are intergovernmental issues, it is urgent to establish the exact role of national statistical offices across government agencies against rapidly changing data environment. In this context, it is expected to discuss actively on how to define NSO's roles through setting up coherent definition of data governance and stewardship. In Korea, under the decentralized statistical system, Statistics Korea has made efforts to increase the role of data governance in order to promote data utilization. In this regard, we have been developing a statistical data hub platform since 2021. This data hub platform will provide model for data governance in the public sectors. It will allow public data that are shared and stored, managed, access public institutions to be safely linked and utilized under a secure manner. In addition, as the Public-Private Joint Committee for the Digital Platform Government has been recently launched to serve as a nationwide data coordination body, Statistics Korea will cooperate with this committee's work on data governance. Statistics Korea is willing to collaborate with other countries on their request and exchange our experience for data governance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Republic of Korea, for your statement. May I now invite the distinguished delegate from Indonesia? You now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, DBS Statistics Indonesia supports the Committee on making a global guideline of data governance. It will be very helpful for all NSOs around the world, especially in Asia Pacific region, to enrich their data collection system from many sources, as well as manage it to guide NSOs in maintaining public trust in the era of data revolution. With regard to data revolution, BPS Statistik Indonesia has started the research and development on how to utilize high-frequency data collection or big data, either to produce official statistics or to support official statistics. For example, mobile positioning data for tourism statistics, web crawling to get statistics about job vacancy availability, nighttime lights imagery to predict property level, satellite imagery for land cover mapping, etc. BPS Statistik Indonesia also published some publication regarding big data utilization. BPS Statistik Indonesia utilized community-based data collection or crowdsourcing in the Village Love Statistic program, which is collecting data by collaborating with villages representatives. And then regarding the data governance, Indonesia has Indonesia One Data Policy, where BPS Statistik Indonesia has a role as statistical data steward. Statistik Indonesia is responsible to make sure that every ministry and government agency that produce statistics follow 4 principles of one data, such as data must meet data standards, data must have metadata, data must meet data interoperability principles, data must use reference code. Indonesia One Data Forum is also established to discuss about which data should be prioritized. The initiative to build a national data center is strengthened by the National Statistical System Regulation, which is stipulated that all data produced by ministries or government agencies must be managed in a centralized data lake or data warehouse, and it can be utilized or shared among stakeholders for the benefit of country development programs. BPS also makes serious effort to improve statistical literacy, especially for mass media and civil society through public relation activities, and for academic through statistic corners activities at several universities in Indonesia. This effort hopefully can shed light on data users, especially on how to use and interpret data effectively and efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Indonesia. Our upcoming speakers are distinguished delegates from Pakistan and India. I now invite the distinguished delegate from Pakistan. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Data governance in the changing world is a big challenge for national statistical systems to meet the data demands of daily basis, particularly with reference to SDG agenda items. The data users are concerned about various uses of data where need arises for data governance principles. The data governance need collaboration among the member countries and support for each other. The data revolution through traditional and non-traditional data collection to produce official statistics trying to meet the demand-oriented data requirements, but there is need to protect the individual rights during the whole process. The key challenge is the privacy, ethics, trust, legislation, coordination, and partnership for data governance. Pakistan appreciates the global initiatives like Working Group on Data Stewardship, World Development Report 2021 on Data for Better Lives, Working Group on Civil Society Engagement on Data Governance, etc. It is proposed that all the member countries must coordinate with each other to share their specialization in a certain area so that others could be benefited. The best way to constitute working groups for various activities to involve all the member countries for capacity building as well as learning from each other. In addition to other management tools for data, Pakistan Bureau of Statistics is recently planning to develop a centralized dashboard for all the ministries of Pakistan. Pakistan Bureau of Statistics is ready to share own experiences for data governance and to work in the working group for learning purpose in this regard. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Pakistan. I now invite the distinguished delegate from India. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, it is an honor and privilege for me to participate in the 8th session of the Committee of Statistics UN ESCAP and share the best practices implemented by India on data governance. India recently launched the Account Aggregator platform, a way to a way of data sharing system that enable access to create and ensure individuals have control over their personal data. Account aggregator platform, also called AA, enables sharing of financial data safely, securely, only after the consent and the permission of the individual with financial service provider. For example, when an individual or business applies for a bank loan, then with their consent, the account aggregator platform can collect information from bank accounts and other financial assets and share that information with financial institution as lender over the account aggregator platform. AA is a shift from physical collateral to information based collateral and will unlock access to affordable credit in a streamlined and a trustworthy way. Protecting user privacy is the crux of the account aggregator platform. It is developed on the consent mechanism and permission from the individual to share their personal data. The data shared on the account aggregator platform is end-to-end encrypted and cannot be monetized. AA will improve the formalization of credit for MSMEs and economic growth in the post-COVID era. We are happy to share the details of the AA platform with other member countries. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from India, for your statement. Our upcoming speakers are our distinguished delegates from Georgia and Thailand. I now invite our distinguished delegate from Georgia. You now have the floor. We will now move on to our next speaker, the distinguished delegate from Thailand. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Thailand has been promulgated the Digital Government Administration and Services Law 2019 to enhancing how the public sector works for the people, including social and economic equitability, ensuring government transparency, and improving people participation. We recognize the expanding of data ecosystem, new data sources, and new methodologies will have potential to enable more efficiency to improve quality of official statistics. As statistical office need to have strong legal and institutional arrangement. Data governance framework can support the modernization of official statistics and remove unnecessary barrier to releasing the full value of official statistics. Thai NSO, together with the Digital Government Development Agency, Government Big Data Institute, and the National Electronic and Computer Technology Center, have been developing the Government Data Catalog, or GD Catalog, to organize inventory of government data assets as a metadata management platform. Moreover, NSO has been appointed to be the registrar or the data curator of the GD catalog. We also have been supporting line ministers to keep their own agency data catalog to manage their own data in accordance with data governance framework of Thailand. Statistic dataset, including official statistic form GD catalog, have been promoted to exchange by using the SDMX standards for mutual benefit of the government agencies. We are on the process to develop statistical sharing hub to become the center of the statistical exchange. The piloting phase for the sharing statistic and keys and indicator are for labor statistics, demographic population and housing statistics, ICT statistics, and natural resources and environment statistics, including SDGs. We appreciate to support the UN ESCAP to develop regional principle and approach in the area of data governance, including adapting the Statistical Act, development good practice principle for data ethics, and defining legal framework for official statistics. Thank you, madams.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Thailand, for your statement. Would any other delegations like to raise any other matters on this agenda item at this time? Distinguished delegate from New Zealand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates and colleagues. I wasn't going to make a statement, but as Statistics New Zealand is on the working group for data stewardship, I thought I'd better. I'd like to note the very rich discussions on this topic at Monday's expert dialogue sessions, and I commend the ESCAP for bringing this innovation to our meeting. In New Zealand, the government statistician is also the government chief data steward. This additional responsibility was formalised about 5 years ago, but recently our new legislation, which becomes law on the 1st of September, which replaces our previous 1975 Statistics Act, gives more strength to this role of chief data steward, and the government statistician's accountability to lead and coordinate New Zealand's statistical system is strengthened through the new law. The team that supports the Chief Data Steward has been undertaking work around a cross-government data investment plan. Also provided procedures such as the algorithm charter, and they've also been digging into the capability needs and what support is needed, plus many other initiatives. Another key piece of work is looking at how we're moving our integrated data infrastructure to become a much more national asset for the whole of New Zealand as a whole. A couple of challenges that we've been working through at present include data sovereignty, especially with regard to our Indigenous community who consider data to be part of their person or tangata. We also have to have a discussion with New Zealand about trust and confidence on the use of administrative data in our statistical system. Finally, I'd just like to echo Japanese delegates' call for greater participation in the work of the Working Group on Data Stewardship. Since Monday's discussion, I have been just chewing over in my head a few ideas, and I'll pick these up with the ESCAP Secretariat subsequently to this meeting. But in the meantime, I ask that we have greater engagement.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from New Zealand, for your intervention. Would any other delegations like to raise any other matters on this agenda? I assume you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair and distinguished delegates. I would like to provide some updates in addition to the ones that have been written in the paper. ASEAN and its member states are in the same view on the importance of utilization of administrative data and big data as alternative sources for official statistics. And we included this in the current strategic plan of the ASEAN Community Statistical System, as well as in the work plans of relevant ASEAN working groups. In 2020, ASEAN Community Statistical System agreed to start a collective initiative on the utilization of big data to enhance official statistics by implementing lead country approach and ASEAN Help ASEAN mechanism, since we acknowledge that some of member states already have valuable works in this area. In 2021, we conducted a series of workshops led by BPS Statistics Indonesia and Department of Statistics Malaysia to provide ASEAN member states with necessary knowledge and skills to initiate the works on utilizing big data in their own country. Then it is followed with the implementation of pilot project on big data utilization by 5 member states in 2022 and other 5 member states and ASEAN states in 2023. Great appreciation to Indonesia and Malaysia for playing their roles as the lead countries and resource person during the capacity building activities and the preparation and implementation of the pilot project. Appreciation also to SIAP, who is willing to conduct relevant training to enrich the knowledge and skills and to provide member states with additional insights on this matter. Although currently we did not set a high target for this pilot project due to its complexity, we believe it would contribute to the enhancement of capacity and readiness of ASEAN member states and also ASEAN Secretariat in utilizing big data for official statistics. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Asian Secretariat, for your statement. Would any other delegation like to raise any other comments on this agenda item at this time? I see none. Thank you for your interventions. We will take 5 minutes break and resume back at 11:20. Thank you.
We are about to resume deliberations under agenda item 5. We are about to resume discussions under agenda item 5. If delegates could please take their seats. Okay, thank you so much. And over to our chair. Thank you.
We would now resume our discussions and deliberations on agenda item 5. I would now like to invite our distinguished delegate from Georgia to make his statement. You now have the floor.
Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as honorable delegates are aware, considerable emphasis is being placed on strengthening statistical capacity worldwide. Data governance is highly contextual as demonstrated in global, regional, and national initiatives. Moreover, data ethics is a key part of data governance, and there may be benefit in developing multilateral approaches. In this respect, dialogues at all levels, I mean global, regional, and national, are key to finding efficient and equitable resolution of many data governance challenges. However, there are no globally agreed definitions of data governance or data stewardship up to the present time, and global guidance on standards with regard to data governance are under discussion. In this regard, it is important to define data governance work where there will be opportunities for the engagement and involvement of all member countries. It is important to focus on ways to improve data sharing and collaboration by using international standards, defining legal frameworks, and interpreting a variety of actions and actors that together shapes data management and use. There is a need for data governance arrangements that supports data generation and use that are ethical, equitable, safe, and secure. A range of global and regional actions can help to address this need and narrow the gap between those who data producers and data users. At the same time, data governance and data stewardship receive less attention despite being essential to facilitating the enhanced role of our nation's statistical offices. Furthermore, NSOs are operating in a complex setting. On Geostat's behalf, here are the key recommendations important to note. Effective collection, dissemination, and application of relevant data and statistics impacts are of the paramount importance at the national level to form the evidence base for policy planning and implementation in developing different sectors and to ensure that no one is left behind. Strong data governance is required to access quality and accurate data by working across sectoral and administrative levels to produce relevant analysis and products to inform policymakers and users. Building of capacities is necessary to increase the demand for reliable data and its application towards policy analysis, including those strategies, partnerships, and the latest technologies as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Georgia, for your statement. Would any other delegations like to raise any other matters on this agenda item at this time? I see none. Thank you for your interventions. As this is the conclusion of agenda item 5, I would like to highlight the draft decisions related to this agenda item. Can the Secretariat please share the draft decisions on the emerging issues on the screen?
Colleagues, that is the wrong slide. I think you want slide number 32.
Thank you. The draft decisions are Decision 3. The committee decides to feature data governance in its future work with an emphasis on sharing country research and experiences and facilitating the provision of technical assistance. It requests its Bureau to propose, in consultation with the Secretariat, draft recommendations to that end for consideration by the committee, while bearing in mind the need to stay within existing regular budget resources. Decision 4. The committee decides to feature data governance in its future work with an emphasis on sharing country research and experiences and facilitating the provision of technical assistance.
Sorry, no, this one here, the committee. Yeah. Wait, decision 4. Yeah.
That's not correct.
Can I just note that this slide is slightly wrong? They are swapped around, so what is labeled as decision 3 and decision 4 on the slide is the opposite numbering from our chair. Our apologies for that, but they're the same wording, they're just the numbering is opposite.
Decision 4, the committee decides to feature the production and use of complementary progress measures in its future work with an emphasis on climate change. Related statistics, it requests its Bureau to propose, in consultation with the Secretariat, draft recommendations to that end for consideration by the committee, while bearing in mind the need to stay within existing regular budget resources. Would any delegations like to raise any other comments on this agenda item at this time? I see none. Thank you for your interventions. This brings us to the conclusion of agenda item 5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished delegates, it's now time to adjourn for the break. After the break, we'll begin deliberations on agenda item 6. We have been a bit quick this morning, so we will begin deliberations on agenda item 6 this afternoon. I now give the floor to the Secretariat for any additional announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Distinguished delegates, I would like to thank you for your active participation this morning and remind you to join the afternoon session using the same Kudo link at 2 p.m. We would also like to make you aware of an international conference on big data to be held in Yogyakarta, Indonesia, from 7 to 11 of November, as well as the UN Big Data Hackathon held on the sidelines of the conference. Please see the flyers for the event on the screen. Distinguished delegates, since we have not met in person for quite a while, this is a very special week for us. We came here from every part of Asia Pacific. Therefore, the Secretariat would like to take this unique opportunity to invite you all to a social event called speed dating. Speed dating, right? Getting to know you, which will take place in front of this conference room from now until around 12:30, and everyone is invited to get to know each other. After the speed dating, IOM will conduct a hybrid launch of the Asia-Pacific Migration Data Report 2021. Delegates are welcome to attend the launch in this room or watch the event live, as it will be shown on the screens provided in front of this conference room. IOM will also host a light lunch, which will be served in front of the conference room prior to the launch. Thank you, and see you again soon in the afternoon.
Delegates, we are just about to start. Okay, I think we're ready to go back to our chair.
Distinguished delegates, welcome back to the afternoon session. Before we move on to the agenda item 6, I would like to highlight that we have concluded agenda item 5 this morning. Because of the rescheduling, if any delegates' countries have any comments on agenda item 5, I suggest you to contact the Secretariat immediately. Distinguished delegates, we now move on to agenda item 6, consideration of the future focus of the sub-program as presented in the document proposed program budget for 2023, section 19 on the economic and social development in Asia and the Pacific, A/77/6, section 19. May I now invite Ms. Rachel Bevan, Director, Statistics Division, to brief the committee about the future focus of the sub-program. Ms. Bevan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce Agenda Item 6, preparation of the draft programme of work. The United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific Statistics Sub-Programme comprises the Statistics Division of the Secretariat, as well as the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific, SEAP. Our main roles span 3 areas: intergovernmental dialogue, like the one we're holding this week, capacity development, and knowledge production in the area of official statistics, which includes the production of our annual SDG progress report. This sub-programme contributes to the objective to improve the availability, accessibility, and use of quality data and official statistics in support of sustainable development in Asia and the Pacific. ESCAP is part of the Secretariat of the United Nations, and like all of the Secretariat entities, our programme of work is supported through the Global United Nations. The United Nations uses an annual programme budgeting cycle. In this case, our programme of work will cover planned results for the upcoming calendar year of 2023, as well as a performance report on the year just gone by, which in this case is the calendar year 2021. So the document for this agenda item is A/77/6, and it covers ESCAP's programme of work for 2023, starting from page 50, if you want to take a look. This document was endorsed by the ESCAP Commission held earlier this year in May. And as Director of the Statistics Division, I would just like to highlight a few areas of work. As you've seen in the agenda, we have a comprehensive programme of work supporting member states in a wide range of areas covering economic, social and environmental statistics, ranging from national accounts to ocean accounts, as well as disaster-related statistics and population and social statistics. Over the last 2 years, we've continued to support countries to strengthen their national statistical systems with an increased focus on the use of data by policymakers. In the programme of work, we also briefly report on progress during 2021. This was a challenging year as the COVID-19 pandemic continued, which limited face-to-face events at a time when there was increased demand for timely, quality and granular data. So a key focus of our work over this time has been on lesson learning and exchanges of knowledge and experience. Statistics Division further developed its virtual platforms, which included the Asia Pacific Stats Cafe series, communities of practice, and e-learning courses. The development and use of such platforms not only enabled continued training and exchange of knowledge and experience, but it also meant we were able to reach a much broader audience, as you can see on this slide. Here you can see the reach of these different virtual platforms. This year, we celebrated the 2-year anniversary of both the Stats Cafe series in March and we've now held 65 cafes with over 6,500 participants, although many of those have attended more than one cafe, and these covered various topics in line with the work plan of the sub-programme. Then in April this year, we celebrated the 2-year anniversary of the launch of the Data Integration Community of Practice, which now has over 450 members and continues to grow. And it facilitates the exchange of knowledge and expertise on different aspects of data integration across multi-domain statistical themes. And our colleagues at the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific also continue to adapt to these new ways of working. And as of the 30th of September last year, 2021, they'd conducted 25 web-based training courses, of which 18 were on new topics. And they had over 2,500 participants, of which over 1,500 were female. So as we heard under item 5 on emerging issues, there is also a growing recognition of the need to capture broader measures of well-being and sustainability and to strengthen data governance. And subject to the deliberations of our committee this week, both of these areas will be a focus for our work programme in 2023. And we will build on the work we already do to support countries on environmental, economic accounts, ecosystem accounts, ocean accounts, national accounts, and disaster and climate change related statistics. We also will stay abreast of the latest developments in measuring progress beyond GDP and on emerging work on data governance, and will facilitate the exchange of knowledge and experience of practitioners in the region, which will also help to inform the development of normative frameworks, tools and manuals at the global level. So these developments are very much in line with global discussions on measuring progress beyond GDP and on data governance and data stewardship, which we will hear more about at next year's UN Statistical Commission in March. So, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to highlight that the programme plan was endorsed by the Commission in May this year. But before I hand back to you, Mr. Chair, I would also like to ask the Secretariat if they could please share a short video which will give you some of the highlights from our Stats Cafe series. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rachel. Distinguished delegates, we now start the formal deliberations on this agenda item. The floor is open for comments on agenda item 6. Would any delegations like to take floor? I see none. Thank you very much for your thank you very much, distinguished delegates. This brings us to the conclusion discussion under agenda item 6. Distinguished delegates, we will now move to discuss agenda item 7, reports brought to attention of the committee. We have a number of sub-items under this agenda item. I believe the Secretariat has circulated to you the documents. Under agenda item 7A, reports on activities of the Bureau since the 7th session of the Committee on Statistics, ESCAP/CST/2022/INF/7. Terms of reference of the Bureau of the Committee on Statistics, ESCAP/CST/2022/7. Under agenda item 7B, report of the Governing Council of the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific on its 16th session, ESCAP/77/12. Report of the Governing Council of the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific on its 17th session, ESCAP/78/25, and under agenda item 7C, report on the Working Group on Sustainable Development Goal Data and Statistics of the Regional Collaborative Platform for Asia and Pacific, ESCAP/CST/2022/INF/8. I will invite the chairs, the Secretariat, to introduce all the three sub-items one by one. At the end, delegates are invited to make statements. May I invite Mr. Gogita Todres, Executive Director, National Statistics Office of Georgia, and the chair of the 7th session of the Committee on Statistics, to introduce agenda item 7A. Mr. Todres, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to report on the work of the Bureau since the 7th committee session in 2020. The Bureau held 8 meetings, and unfortunately, all of these had to be virtual. Despite this, we did have fruitful discussions, and I sincerely appreciate the strong collaborating spirits, dedication, and professionalism of my fellow Bureau members. A significant part of our work last 2 years was to ensure progress with the decisions made during the 7th session of the committee. This progress has been covered under Agenda 2. Other areas of focus were regional preparations for the 52nd and 53rd Statistical Commission, the development of a draft regional strategy on big data, as well as supporting the preparation for our committee sessions this week. I am pleased to see how our discussions in the Bureau have shaped the event of this week and the inspiring conversation we have been able to learn from. The Bureau also advised the Secretariat to amend the monitoring and evaluation framework for the collective vision and framework for actions and declarations on navigating policy with data, no leave, no one behind. And final version was shared with all committee members. We have already looked at the progress toward our vision under agenda item 3 yesterday. Finally, the Bureau has advised the Secretariat of amendments to the terms of reference of the Bureau. We also coordinated feedbacks on this from committee members. The inputs were implemented in the version which has been issued as document ESCAP/CST/2022/7, terms of reference of the Bureau of the Committee on Statistics. I hope we can endorse the new terms of reference for the Bureau. It has been a personal pride for me to lead the work of the Bureau during these last 2 challenging years. I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to my fellow Bureau members, as well as the Secretariat for their ongoing support and hard work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Todres, for the comprehensive briefing. Distinguished delegates, may I now invite Ms. Shalja Sharma, Director, Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific, to introduce this agenda item 7B, Report of the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific. Ms. Sharma, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to present the outcomes of the 17th and the 16th session of the Governing Council of the Statistical Institute for Asia and the Pacific. The 16th session of the Governing Council of the Statistical Institute for Asia and Pacific was held on 30th November and 1st December through video conferencing. The report pertaining to this, as told by the Chair, is ESCAP 77/77/12. And during the session, the Council considered the report of the Director on achievements in 2020. The Council reviewed the draft resource mobilization strategy, which aims to improve the quality and increase the quantity and diversity of the Institute's resource base. The Council welcomed the focus on partnerships and supported the importance of partnerships with the private sector, especially regarding new technologies, new technical skills, and access to new data sources. Council advised the draft strategy be further developed with greater detail. The Council acknowledged that even under COVID-19 pandemic, training needs were strong. The Institute organized and delivered virtual interactive training courses. The number of participants was 2709 in 2020, almost double of that in 2019. Delivery of e-learning courses was supported by a couple of webinars. The Council recognized the achievements of the Institute during the pandemic conditions. The Council further considered the Institute's proposed work program and financial plan for 2021 and endorsed it. The 17th session of the Governing Council of the Statistical Institute for Asia and Pacific was held on the 2nd and the 3rd December 2021, again via video conferencing. During the session, the Council members expressed their views on the development of e-learning training materials and methodologies by the Institute. The Council also considered its regular agenda items, including the report of the Director of the Institute on its achievements in 2021 and the proposed work program and financial plan for 2022. The Institute organized and delivered virtual interactive training courses. The number of participants was 3102 in 2021, largest in the history of the Institute. Delivery of e-learning courses was supported by a couple of webinars. The Council acknowledged the achievements of the Institute during the pandemic conditions. The Council requested that additional good e-learning methodologies be developed, including the utilization of hands-on sessions in the web training, which could be actively shared among member states. The possibility of allocating resources for translation of e-learning courses into additional United Nations official languages should also be explored, and that training of trainers programs be organized to build the capacity of staff at national statistical offices to enable them to conduct national-level training activities. The Council reviewed and endorsed the work program and financial plan of the Institute for 2021. Thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to present the outcome of the 16th and the 17th session of the Governing Councils of the Institute to the committee today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sharma, for the introduction. Distinguished delegates, may I now invite Mr. Christophe Lefranc, Technical Advisor on Population and Development for UNFPA, Asia and the Pacific Regional Office, and co-chair of the Working Group on Sustainable Development Goal Data and Statistics of the Regional Collaborative Platform for Asia and the Pacific, to agenda item 7C, report on the Working Group on Sustainable Development Goal Data and Statistics of the Regional Collaborative Platform for Asia and the Pacific. Mr. Lefranc, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to report on the activities of the Regional Working Group on SDG Data and Statistics, summarizing document ESCAP/CST/2022/INF/8. The working group on SDG data and statistics is co-chaired by ESCAP and UNFPA, which gives me the opportunity to present before you now. And it's a means of implementation group of the Regional Collaborative Platform for Asia and the Pacific. The Regional Collaborative Platform brings together all UN entities working on supporting the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the region. And so as part of this Regional Collaborative Platform, the working group on SDG data and statistics is composed of about 20 UN entities and other international organizations, which are all involved in supporting data and statistics in Asia and the Pacific. Let me briefly highlight three main areas of work of the working group on SDG data and statistics. Firstly, the working group provides technical support to United Nations resident coordinators and country teams in the area of data and statistics. And in particular, the working group has been organizing a series of thematic statistics clinics to enhance the capacities of our colleagues in countries, in the resident coordinator offices and in the UN country teams to support the strengthening of national statistical systems. Secondly, members of the working group on SDG data and statistics are involved through the Asia Pacific Stats Cafe series that we just heard about in the facilitation of the exchange of practices and advice between international organizations and national statistical systems. Thirdly and finally, in relation to the generation of regional knowledge products, members of the working group on SDG data and statistics contribute to the annual Asia and the Pacific SDG progress report, which is coordinated by ESCAP. These are just a few examples, and more details on the activities of the working group on SDG and data and statistics are available in the document that I just referenced earlier. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Lefranc, for the introduction. Distinguished delegates, the floor is now open for the comments on the agenda item 7. The first speaker is distinguished delegate from Japan. Distinguished delegate from Japan, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, distinguished delegates. On agenda item 7A, Japan appreciates the work of the Bureau, especially the efforts of the Bureau to revise the terms of reference in order to clarify the committee's decision-making procedures during intersessional periods. We understand that this revision is aimed at ensuring close and appropriate cooperation and communication between the Bureau and the committee. We hope that good cooperation and communication will continue in accordance with a revised TOR. And on agenda item 7B, Japan as the host government of ESCAP, we would like to welcome the newly elected members and congratulate the re-elected members of the Governing Council. We look forward to continuing to work together with the members of the Governing Council toward the further development of ESCAP with the cooperation of the member and associate member countries. With regard to the ESCAP program, we appreciate the efforts to expand online training and develop training materials under the circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic. As the host government, we would like to provide as much support as possible, including the redesigning of the ESCAP website. We also look forward to the early resumption of face-to-face training in light of the COVID-19 situation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate from Japan, for your statement. Would any other delegation like to take the floor? I see none. Distinguished delegates, at the conclusion of this agenda item 7, I would like to highlight the draft decisions related to this agenda item. Can the Secretariat please share the draft decisions on the terms of references of the Bureau of the Committee and draft decision on a review of the groups and communities of practices supporting the work of the committee on the screen, as discussed in the last meeting of the Bureau and reported in the document. Draft decisions are as follows. Decision 5. The committee decides its Bureau shall, with the support of the Secretariat, conduct a review of the groups and communities of practice supporting the committee's work and provide recommendations to streamline, consolidate, and improve those groups and communities to ensure that they continue to be fit for purpose. This could include moving towards less formal collaboration mechanisms that may be better suited to the complex world in which national statistical offices now operate. Particular attention should be paid to arrangements and mechanisms to support statistical offices in their efforts to meet the growing demand for climate change-related statistics and to navigate complex data governance choices. Decision 6. The committee endorses the revised terms of reference of its Bureau as contained in ESCAP/CSD/2022/7. Distinguished delegates, the floor is now open for comments on the agenda item 7. Would any of the delegations would like to have the floor? I see none. Thank you very much for your interventions, and this brings us to the conclusion discussion under agenda item 7. Distinguished delegates, it's now the time for the last agenda item, other matters. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, it's my pleasure to report on behalf of the Bureau on the status of credentials of representatives of members to the 8th session of the Committee on Statistics in accordance with Rule 12 of the Rules of Procedure of the Commission. The Bureau of the 8th session of the Committee on Statistics examined the credentials of representatives of 37 member states submitted in accordance with Rule 11 of the Rules of Procedures of the Commission and found them to be in order. The Bureau decided to defer any action on the credentials pertaining to the representatives of Myanmar at the 8th session of the Committee on Statistics, pending a decision by the General Assembly on the representation of Myanmar, and in line with General Assembly Resolution 396-5 of December 14, 1950, acknowledging the report of the Credentials Committee of the General Assembly at its 76th session. May I take it that it's the wish of the committee to take note of the report of the Bureau? I see no objections, so it's decided. Are there any other matters which any members would like to bring to the attention of the committee? Distinguished delegates, if we do not have other matters to proceed, it's time to adjourn for today. See you again tomorrow. I now give the floor to the Secretariat for any announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, we would like you to thank you for your active participation today and remind you to rejoin day 3 of the session here or using the Kudo link tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon. Distinguished delegates, the Secretariat would like to bring your attention to the questionnaire about the relevance and effectiveness of the 8th session of the Committee on Statistics. Your inputs will be valuable for the Secretariat to understand what can be improved in future sessions. The questionnaire is available online at the link displayed on the screen, and the Secretariat will also send the link to you by email. May we kindly request you to complete and return one consolidated response for your delegation by the 31st of August. We would also like to inform you that the draft report of the 8th session of the Committee on Statistics is expected to be available tomorrow at 12 hours on the event website. Please review it before coming to the afternoon session at 2. Please note that the draft report shared tomorrow is procedural in nature. Our deliberations during the session will be summarized in the account of proceedings, which will be available within a week following the conclusion of the session. May I now give the floor to my colleague, our MC, to give additional information about arrangements for this afternoon and tomorrow. Thank you, Diane.
Thank you. So, distinguished delegates, although we have finished the formal session for today, our colleagues from the Expert Group on Refugee, IDP, and Statelessness Statistics, IGRIS, is organizing a side event called Leaving No One Behind, Strengthening Statistical Inclusion of Forcibly Displaced and Stateless Populations at National Level. The event will take place in Meeting Room H, starting at 4 p.m. Delegates who are not able to join in person are cordially invited to participate online through the link on our website. I note that right now it's 2:30 and the event will only start at 4. However, I heard that there will be refreshments and coffee and tea, which will be served slightly earlier. So if the delegates would like to take this opportunity to network and continue a bit of the conversation that we had over lunchtime, you're all invited to go one floor down, and in front of the meeting room H, there will be some refreshments before the side event. And for tomorrow, may I remind you that there are 2 events that will take place in the morning. Before we proceed with the last agenda item at 4 p.m. tomorrow to adopt a draft report of the 8th session of the Committee on Statistics, we will have these 2 side events. The first is an expert dialogue with Paris 21, a regional fall meeting in Asia and the Pacific promoting inclusive data governance. The event will be held in the meeting room A, level 1 of the UN Conference Center, starting at 9 until noon. Delegates who are not able to join in person are cordially invited to participate online through the link provided on our website. The last side event of this week is the National SDG Tracker Clinic that will be held in the meeting room H and online from 12 to 1 p.m. tomorrow. The link to join this event is also available on our website. Once again, I would like to direct your attention to the QR code on the screen. This will direct you to the questionnaire to assess the relevance, effectiveness, and efficiency of the committee session. Your feedback will enable the Secretariat to improve its preparations and servicing of future sessions of the committee. We therefore sincerely hope you'll take a few minutes to respond to the questionnaire. Thank you for your attention and active participation today. Enjoy the rest of your day.